So if you feel free to want to follow, go ahead and follow me and turn on the notifications because I stream very randomly. I do have a life, but it is hot outside and it feels like dancing Santa. Gosh, wasn't the weather just different not so long ago? Now it's just like it's like we were doing Zendikar Rising, and now it's like, hey, Modern Horizons and all this other type of stuff. Anyway, you can feel free to follow for Magic Legends, and also if you want to. So anyway, we're gonna be jumping into Mythic with Gruul, and it's got Terror to the Peaks, and yeah, have fun. So, went Mythic last month with this deck. What brought us to Mythic, though, wasn't historic. So, this is really a late stream for myself. Maybe for those watching, right? So, let's see here. If we're fully functional, up and running. Alright, let me see something really quickly. It's kind of this thing when you do stuff live. It's kind of this weird thing. Let me see. Okay. Right, so I guess my better judge. Alright. Cool. Alright. So anyway, we're going to be doing. So let's see here. We got two Love Strucks versus Yorion. Ah, cool. My Magic Legends name was literally called Stop Sultai. Yeah, it is smoking hot. Yep, so the typical. Nothing's changed really. Hate to say it. I'll show you in a minute. Nothing's changed really in standard, and I think not the core set, but the next set coming out after rotation is going to be huge. Because we're playing against the same meta that was in March, and the meta that was in March was the same meta that you saw in January. So we've been dealing with the same meta for 6 months, basically. It's not ideally healthy for formats. So March. Oops. Was, let's see. The MTG data was this. So, Emergent Ultimatum, Adventure Decks, and all that type of stuff. Yes, sir. This looks like a person that might have Emergent Ultimatum, huh? They took this away from me. So, do they have a Kiora Seabest? Well, so what Emergent Ultimatum? Gosh, I remember doing this in January, facing Emergent Ultimatum. The meta has not shifted in standard at all. It's like the same. It's crazy. Well, it's not like I can hide my hand, really. They've seen it, so. Sure. Let's just go for the attacks. Bring them down to 3. Drop this down. Love Struck. So we do have Terror of the Peaks in this deck. We got Jesper Sentinel. I think that's what separates our deck. Yeah. So that's what separates our deck from a lot of the other decks is that, yeah, so like Rolling Vortex right here would take care of Emergent Ultimatum, right? So whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast a spell, they take 5 damage. So if they want a free cast, they take 5. So that's one of the things that kind of does that. All right, so let me see here. Well, this is a dead card. Alright, so yeah, Gruul's Harbinger's value just goes really high. In fact, actually, I think I can board out all Terror of the Peaks at this point. But Sultai is still a really good deck. I mean, it survives rotation too. It's got a lot of kill spells. Okay, so we'll mulligan this hand. It's not my favorite hand, but we'll take it. I'll just drop that down because I want to be rest assured I have 3 mana. I only have 2 Fables in the deck, Fable Passages. Because you don't want too many of these in your hand, because then they'll come into play tapped, and that's not good. Alright. So let's say if we would have been stuck with just like 2 Fables, right? Well, everything would come into play tapped, and so it's really not ideal. If you like math, if you like net decks, then it's a different story, but so, and there's really nothing wrong with net decks anyway, by the way. It gives people ideas. I haven't seen Strixhaven too much dominate standard. It's been more historic. But, yeah, it makes sense to bring out that little guy. Okay, so here's my deal. This is gonna look extremely weird on. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? He's got 6, 7 sources, so he's got 6. Okay, so this is gonna look like the weirdest move ever, but I'm actually going to put the Gem Razor over this to kill this, to get rid of their land. This will become a 4/4 instead of a 3/4, so this won't die to that. And I'll just attack right there. This has Trample, and then we get Harbinger. So I'm actually going to take Bone Crusher here. It's kind of a weird move to make, but we kind of got to respect the fact that they have that. So when I made this deck a couple months, well, this deck goes back a little while. Let's see. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay. You lose 1 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand, the other in the graveyard. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with power. I guess, So, and none of these rotate either. Nothing rotates that they've casted. Yeah, Sultai is gonna be still gonna be a thing because nothing rotates. Nothing rotates out. So we'll most likely go to a game 3 with this one, but yeah, what's scary about this deck is that it doesn't rotate out, and then when rotation happens, there's only going to be 5 sets. So this deck is going to be really, really potent because this doesn't rotate. Okay, that's my questing beast that they're playing with. But all right, let's see. So he's sitting on a mystical dispute. Yeah, we really just can't mathematically, so we'll just say good game. Go to a game 3. All right. So, Rolling Vortex is really good. So they're playing with Emergent Ultimatum. So, when we go first, this increases in value. The Jasper Ascent it increases in value because we can actually you go first, so you can actually out tap them for mana, and so just to increase that acceleration. Game 2, when you go first, these have more value. That being said, I'm going to keep it as is. I'll trust that we're going first. Ooh, I'll keep that. Other than these 2 cards, though, our hand pretty much is not good for this matchup because... And really, Great Henge loses value. I forgot to say that as well, because if they're killing creatures... Alright, that helped out a little bit there. So... if they free cast anything with Emergent Ultimatum, they'll just die. So that really helps out a lot. Oh, alright. Shoot. I'm gonna drop this down to 4/3. If they kill Bone Crusher, they take 2 damage. So it's just literally just hitting them constantly. He has that Yurion. So all he needs is a land. So yeah, I'm actually, let me see here. He's gonna flicker this. More probable than not. So let's just bring that out. Yep. So he's going to flicker this into play. Kills that. Yeah, and we just don't have any land that's... Yeah, we're not getting mana. Make it a little bit rough. Yeah, a little bit late. Yeah, not getting lands is really hard. And you can pay 1 red to prevent an opponent from gaining a life. But see how the land just kills us? Because we kind of got choked off from a lot. Yep, good game. Yeah, that's tough. Went down by 2%. All right. Yeah, we're matched up against another Sultai deck, so I don't know. We'll see. It's not Sultai. Is it just like blue-white control, or is it Esper? It's Esper control. Yeah, I said this, the other night? I said the 2 decks that would take over would be Esper and Sultai. Because none of this stuff rotates, and there's so much removal for creatures. It's going to be tough for creature decks to survive. Because think about it, Extinction Events, Shadow the Sky, Doomscar, those are all board wipes. Shadow's Verdict, another board wipe. They're still going to be in the format, right? So that's 4 board wipes right there. And actually, there's a 5th board wipe on a creature. Alright, so... I'm just gonna attack. So again, a lot of removal, right? And it's gonna be, they're gonna have it after rotation. So like Extinction Event, Shatter the Sky, Doom Foretold, Doom Scar. There's a lot of board wipes that won't rotate. So I think those will be the top decks after rotation. Sultai and Esper Control. Charming Prince. So decks like this probably has like Doom Foretold and just board wipes. All right. Let's get rid of that. Let me attack first. Okay. So what's great about Toski here is that usually they kill the 1/1 to stop Lovestruck Beast from attacking, but Toski's indestructible. Now, it doesn't stop Extinction Events, it doesn't stop the Exile wipes. Okay. So, let's see here. Oh. So here's Tear of the Peaks. Didn't really get its due. But whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. So a really good card, but... Yeah, and I'm not going to be one of those people that drag it out. The game's over. I'm not one of those people that'll drag a game out. Like, like if I see somebody's tapped out and there's nothing they can do, I'm not going to, like, drag it out for them. Well, we need a board in 4 of these. Hey, Happy. How have you been? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay, so in real life, I'd probably keep this hand because I'm going to draw. And then I'm going to figure, okay, I have mana. But let's face it, it's the shuffler. But in real life, I would have kept that. How do you get 56 mil? Let me see here. Shoot. Leave. Like, do you mean like milling creatures or I mean like milling a deck? If it's $56 million, I'd like to know. How do you get the 56 million subs? I don't know. That would be a great... That'd be a great thing to, to know. Let's see here. Happy you smoked someone with your historic vampire deck. Then your internet cut out. Well, you're trying to suck the life out of somebody else, so they might as well suck your bandwidth, right? I always try to look for the silver lining. Let's see here. Games are going okay. Played historic a little bit throughout the month, and then just decided to play standard. It's not bad. This thing's so annoying when you're not playing with it. Let me bring this down. Yeah, so far, historic, as you know, is like a turn 4 format. Standard, I haven't seen too much different than what I saw like in March and February. Kind of been the same meta, really. Little subtle differences. People trying different things, but I was just commenting post rotation. Esper Control and Sultai are going to be really good because you're only going to have 5 sets, and a lot of these things don't rotate. And if they're already really good decks now, you post rotation when there's 5 sets, they're going to be really good. Can I make this work? Can I make it happen? Let's drop Toski. We can add 2 mana off of this guy because we have a creature that's 4 or greater. So I'm literally going to use Embercleave. Yeah, I like the Pegasus too. What I just I prefer it to be on my side. Let's see. So let's just run them over with that. We're going to draw a lot of cards here. So we're going to get a creature card off the Harbinger. And we get another Harbinger. We're going to draw cards off Toski. Yeah, I mean, he can just attack us in the air, right? He can just airmail us. And technically, he can tap a creature too. So if he just wants to sit back and relax and chill. But I do agree. You gotta get rid of the Pegasus. This isn't, and they're taking time. This isn't like, how am I gonna, this is like, how I'm gonna kill you. Okay, yeah. So this is gonna be like, how do I kill my opponent? What order do I do it in? I'll trade that, sure. That was odd. I think he killed himself. Oh no, he's gonna Banishing Lights. Probably Tear the Peaks. He would take 10, 15. I can't even kill him, even if I tried. Oh, that looks pretty good right now. Tear the Peaks looks... This is looking better by the day. Let's see here. What can we do? Well, let's see. We got a lot, so I can... So let's see here. Let's drop a land first. Gosh. I can be very efficient here. I could Gem Razor. Get my Tear the Peaks back. Let me re-tear the Peaks. Tear the Peaks deals damage, so Questing Beast wouldn't do it. Alright, we'll bring down another Tear the Peaks. I really think they could have won the game. I think it was just that when they attacked with the Pegasus, I think, yeah. And I didn't get credit for the win either. What is that? Yeah. And, yeah, so that's like the big difference there, right? I've done stuff like that too, though, where I've made, like, mistakes. Oh yeah, that's something that Sultai's gonna have to post-rotation. So why am I talking about post rotation so early? Because, like, summer sets aren't really that strong, right? And then rotation will eliminate, I'll drain and stuff like that, and people are like, yes, I can finally play with creatures, but you, like, okay, people, so, like, here's the deal. Like, let me just grab this entire deck. The Sultai deck, I call it Salt. Look, none of this rotates. Ramp doesn't rotate. It doesn't rotate. Nothing rotates. The board wipes don't rotate. All the kill spells don't rotate. Ultimatum doesn't rotate. Nothing rotates. The lands don't even rotate. There's nothing that rotates. Oh, Mystical Dispute rotates, but, I mean... So, I would imagine that Esper Control and Sultai are going to be top of the list. The cream of the crop. I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably play with Sultai. All right. Well, not doing much here. These are pretty good when they work, though. Yeah, it's a nice ramp start. I just need creatures. I need stuff to cast, though, with it. But we're getting there. Another control deck. What is this? 4 control decks in a row. But yeah, that's the point of the deck. Like, you try to get things out quick. So if he's deciding between what to kill, yeah, he killed the right one, right? Definitely killed the right one. For sure. And they can take that up the pooper. Alright, so let's see here. So they can still sit behind a counter spell. He might have, if he's got, so, does he have two of these things underneath it? Wait. I wish you'd show me how many. Okay, so, alright, so let me just try to figure this out. He's got, the problem is I can't read the cards underneath, so I can just see, okay, it's got mutate, but, oh boy. Okay, whenever this creature mutates, you may cast a non-creature card with 3 or less, okay. Okay, so he's just gonna keep on trying to mutate this and keep on casting stuff out of his graveyard. Wait, so you can act. This is actually interesting. So you can actually keep on using legendary creatures to mutate on a creature. Like, that wasn't legendary, but those other creatures were. Hmm. Oh. What did I do to deserve this? Ugh. Well, 18, alright. Yeah, so these are legendary, right? And so that's interesting. You can mutate as many legendary creatures underneath a creature as you want to. Yep. He's probably like, don't you see what I'm trying to do to you? Just quit, you insane person. It's like, you know what? Hey, E1. How are you doing? Just getting wrecked. Pretty good. Just playing some MTG. Chilling. Get my butt kicked by this deck. Westvale Abbey. Yeah, it's the one thing that turns into a I forget what type of creature is like a big creature. Westvale Abbey. It was probably played like 4 years ago, I think. 9/7 Demon? Yeah. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to he's... Let me read the... Or let me... Oops. Go back to the battlefield. Alright, so he... Okay, so I gotta read the wording on the card really quickly. He was playing with... Whenever this creature mutates, you may cast target non-creature spell with from 3 or less from a grave without paying its mana cost. Okay, so he's free casting. So Rolling Vortex would be... Okay. Yeah, Flying Lifelink, Haste, and Indestructible. Yeah, Westvale Abbey was played, I want to say 4 years ago. I want to say it was like 4 years ago. In like the Aldrich Moon, Kaladesh, circa. And my opponent's like, you know what circa I'm in? Kicking your ass, sucker. Alright, let me see here. This kind of sucks because he does everything on his turn, right? So, I've wasted so much time. Oh, 5 years ago? Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Aldrich Moon. Gosh, was Aldrich Moon? It was that long ago. It's crazy. Yeah, I'll have to keep something to kill that creature though. Maybe like Slave Fire. But if I get Rolling Vortex down, he can't free cast. On scale 1 to 10, how bad is Cosmic Horror? What does Cosmic Horror do again? have to look at it. A 7/7 for a striker. Or attacks you. I might have missed that part. Let's see. I'll have to take a look at it. I'll have to look it up. His creature's mana cost is 3. His deck revolves around this card. Full. Why do I feel like it's just gonna be like a brazen borrower here? Nope. Decent upon the sinful? I have not. Whenever you cast a spell, add a red. Actually, I don't like the way it's gonna tap that, right? That's what makes Toski really good. It's got indestructible, but I don't have Toski. Draw them. Exile creatures, and if you have 4 more types of cards in your graveyard. Okay, exile creatures, and if you have 4 more types of cards in your graveyard. Angel. It sounds okay. At EW, like, do you play like in a modern, or you just... Oh, you just play at your school? That's cool. So you just play like anything? Like, as you guys play like standard? And by the way, if it feels like I'm talking to multiple people, it's because I'm on different platforms. So. But that's cool. If you have like anything goes, so you can play cards from any time period. And Happy, he needs his blue to return your control. Jam it. Yeah, I don't. I think I just take the 4 here. Let me read this card again. Whenever this mutates. Okay, so. I'm not gonna lie, we're playing against. This is a pretty. I've never seen this before, so. It's a pretty good deck. It seems reliant just on 2 cards, but if you get those 2 cards. Return target spell a creature to its okay. Yep, gets the good old return. So when do you start playing Magic the Gathering, EW? Like, have you been playing for a couple years? Oh, I said, how long have you been playing Magic the Gathering? Okay, 2015. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, yeah. I mean, the cards that you're naming. Cool. Well, the worst thing that could happen is he returns this back to my hand, he takes 3 damage, he'll be down to 2, and I recast it. I don't know. I'm happy. I'm never gonna roll this guy out because it just seems like he's just a top deck god. But unfortunately, we did have an Embercleave, but jeez. So EW, do you like Arena a lot, or do you like more physical play? So his deck just relies on 2 cards, but primarily. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep it. I'm just gonna roll with it. So Zuka or Zuka Tungu. Yeah. So this one. No. Okay. All right. Oh, this sucks. Let's see here. Put him down. I'm gonna lay this down. Even though we have this in our hands and you really want to keep the Fable, I just really just want my man to be on curve at this point. Nope, not good. Okay. And just like butter. So he's probably got that return spell. He's gonna return the Battle Mammoth. I'm guessing. Could be wrong. I was wrong. It's probably close to being over, I imagine. It's really weird. He just needs 2 cards, but it's the consistency in which he gets them. It's just... And there's no mulligan out of him. Like, he doesn't even mulligan to get it. It's just there. Jeez. Well, here's what I mean, questing beast is stupid because it's just gonna bring him down to 1, and so I'm just gonna go ahead and attack. I mean, do I expect this to go through? Probably not. But yep. Him being at 6 life or 1 life, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I lied. Maybe it, maybe it mattered. Well, it's like this. If he so happens to have... I mean, I just have to live with the card draw, right? Yeah. Like, his top deck's like a demonic tutor. It's like it's just like, it's like a demonic tutor. It's just like, the top deck is just unreal. But don't... That was just insane. It's like his top deck might have just said, search your library for any card that you want and put it in your hand. Like, how do you beat that? But you just gotta go with what you're dealt. Such is life. Well, you know, it's not really broken. It's just 2 cards. It's just, and this is like kind of Arena in a nutshell. A little bit is like, if you remember when Fires of Intervention was running around, they would always get turn 3 to Fury, and turn 4 Fires of Intervention, right? In an 80 card deck, like you're like, okay. So I think certain cards just, maybe it's not necessarily the cards, it's just the probability of them getting them versus what is reality is different. But I've also been on the other side of that as well. I've had, like 3 Love Struck Beasts and, or 2 Questing Beasts and then like Embercleave, or. Oh god, why am I. So I've been against 4 back-to-back Yorion 5 Yorion decks. Oh god. And this is what people are going to see, by the way, after rotation hits, because these cards, they don't my cards my cards rotate. Theirs don't. So this is kind of what I would expect to see after rotation hits. That's why standards. Yeah, it's the same meta. It's just going to be a little worse. Because you have to think there's going to be less sets. So these control decks are going to be really, like, uber controlling, right? Feel the wrath of my human peasant. I need to thin my deck out. Oh, never mind. I was thinking it costs 6. So we all know what's going to happen, right? He blocked with that. You're not going to trade a 3-1 for a 1-2 if you're not going to wipe the board. He's going to wipe the board. No, I thought he was going to wipe the board. And then he just... Look at my plants. Suck on my plants. Down to 4. Okay. We just needed a top deck of Questing Beast. You went over 91% with your Ugin. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Last month, in Historic, The best I've done recently is 73% through Diamond. That's how I actually got to Mythic. Um, I did it during a live stream. It was kind of. But then when I hit the Mythic, my win rate plummeted down to somewhere like in the 64%, like 63, 64 range. And unfortunately, that's the best of one. And if you're trying to get into the top 1500, that's not the way it's structured. You almost have to win two. You have to be like, if you're playing the best of one, you really gotta go like 2-1. You have to be more like on the 65, 66% scale. Not the, it's that little difference. The way they weight everything out. It's how they do it. So let's see here. Blue-eye control. Okay. Let's drop it, go in. But I don't know what happened. You know, I played last night and there wasn't. God, there's like a lot of control decks. I don't know if somebody. I don't know if there was like a tournament or something that happened that I'm not aware of, and somebody just like You're talking about for standard, right? Like your white weenie, your other variants? Okay. So I'm gonna thin out my deck here. Toski. Toski just makes life for Love Struck so much easier. Because that's how they get you. They always kill that 1-1. Then you're just sitting there with a 5-5, like, offensive lineman. Still found Toski. Well, he already saw it, so we'll just cast it. Poor Embercleave. You can have didn't see it coming, but okay. So like there's Doomscar. Like, what ladder are you playing on when you play the Ugin deck? Like, are you playing Diamond or? That hurts. I just don't play enough. Yeah, the standard format's been stale. I guess the reason why I'm enjoying it a little bit, despite this morning, it's just oh God, it's a land. I mean, let's be honest here. I'm top decking a land like crazy. So much to the effect that I'm hard casting the Great Henge. That you know what? This is the first time I've ever hard casted a Great Henge. Yeah. But yeah, the reason why I'm enjoying it, I haven't played it that much. I was playing Historic, and then I was actually playing Magic. Yeah, I knew that was alright. So it's just gonna be the Shuffler at this point. Wow. Doink. Zoinks. Let's play that again. Yeah, I don't think it's the match. I just think it's the Shuffler, really. I don't think... I think I've lost a few... I think I lost, like... I'd say it's been like 50-50. The Shuffler is not being kind. But yeah, if you look at the meta, maybe I deserve this a little bit. I was on somebody else's stream. Oh god, just beautiful. Just like it just top decked that. My peasants. Anyway, somebody recognized that there's like, what's your favorite deck? Like, what's your favorite card? I said on an island. I was like, I like to be annoying. I probably deserve this. An Archon Sun Grace. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So you're saying there's a chance. Let's just say he blocks these two. He's going to gain 5, and he would die. So he's going to be forced to not block that. Block, block, gain 5. I'm thinking he's thinking what I was thinking. Block one creature, like, yeah, block a 1/1, gain the life. I was just careless and just said screw it. Five control decks in a row. Oh, you know why he was ticked off? He was going to jump into the top 1,500 if he would have won. He was 99%, wasn't he? Yeah. Hey, if I can't get in, I'll bring you down to my level. Welcome to the 90s. Percentiles. Can you believe that M21 came out a year ago? That's it. It feels like it's been like 2 years ago. I remember doing the early access to before Wizards took it away from who they claimed the sponsor. But it feels like it's been forever. Peer into the abyss. Well, keep on throwing me control decks that are not going to rotate out of standard when we... Then I'm going to feel like I'm peering to the abyss. Huh. Will it be a 6 control deck? Will it be creatures? Will we draw cards? I can live with this. It's livable. A creature. Is it Naya or Gruul Adventures? If he's playing with... Okay, other drawers get +1/+0. Okay, when it becomes tapped, create a treasure token. Sweet. Okay. Drops that 5/5. Doesn't want to trade, huh? Get these bad boys on the board. So it's just Teamer Adventures. I have a top deck like Embercleave here. No. So Teamer Adventures. Play with Archron War. All right. I'll take a chance with this hand. There's really nothing I can play though, so. Alright, so let's see here. Bring this down. I'm still a mana short. All right. So finally, with 2 air conditioners on, my place is starting to cool down. So far this is the first non-control deck that we played. Teamer Adventures. Well, that was a critical land drop. Oof. That was a big critical land drop miss. Well, I'm supposing he'll just kill it right before that. No. Was he counting on me getting mana screwed again? And he can't counter anything because he doesn't have blue. So I wonder if they'll reprint that one. So, oops. Let me see here. Oops. This one right here. Alright, so this is when Kaldheim first came out, and it's pretty much the same format, really. Nerf herder. I guess I'll put that down. So it's cycling. Cycle. Oh, he's got 2 of those things. Flourishing Fox, a really good card in the opening hand. So he's got all the goodies. Two Flourishing Foxes, turn 1, turn 2. So pretty good start. I missed my land drop. So whenever he discards a card, or put it this way, whenever he draws a second card, he creates a 1/1 flyer. Bring up the Great Henge. Yep, it's a little rough. Just this thing's gonna keep on getting bigger. Go to the gym, work out. Let's see what I could draw here. Ooh, Embercleave. He's probably got Zenith Flare in his hand, so he's got 1 cycle, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just trying to see if I can draw a creature. no dice. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I chose this because if I put on another Love Struck, you can just kill a 1/1, and the Love Strucks can't attack. So I'm assuming he's got a kill spell, or maybe even Zenith's Flare itself in his hand, and he's going to be forced to use it on a creature. Yep, there it is. So we have I don't know. I'll keep that. They had a really good opening hand with 2 Flourishing Foxes, so I'm surprised we even got out of that. I'm actually kind of shocked, to be honest. I'll keep it. Ooh. That is wicked. I'm gonna put this on a plant. Right. I'm just gonna attack. Missed another land drop. Boy. We got mana. And everything's at that 3 range where you can deal 3 damage to any target. So he's been through 12 cards, so he's been through 20% of his deck. So odds are he doesn't have Zenith Flare yet. Could. See how this works out. See if Iron Cake Pyromancer. Yeah, so he's been through 1/4 of his deck right now. So there's a decent chance that he would have Zenith Flare at this point. I think we just dropped Toski. It provides a 1/1 and allows Lovestruck to attack. You can't, because they can't kill the 1/1. So nice little pairing. So he's got a 1/1 chance that he has Zenith Flare. Yep. Because he's been through 25% of his deck and he's got four Zenith Flares. %. So that was our first, well, so we've got nothing but control decks. Then, let's see, we got, what did I play? Sultai. Esper control. It was 5 control decks. And then we played, versus Teamer Adventures. And then this. So hopefully the next set, or put it this way, the set that comes out in September, that is going to be so pivotal for Standard. It's going to be huge how they play that. JSP ranked 6. No, 929. I don't love this hand, but it's playable. I just need a green mana though. I did clip a match that I lost. I played it was an insane deck. It was a Jeskai deck that had like infinite it just goes around 2 cards, but it had infinite. Crap, I didn't draw it. Oof. It had an infinite combo to it. Number cycling deck. He's on for a second. Yeah. So we're just playing basically the power deck, the cycling. Let's go Toski. See if we can get a card. Dope. What's up with that, Shuffler? Yep, resolve all. let's see what's gonna drop. And sorry, my chat dropped. I'm just trying to get my chat back, so. Let's snipe that. Oh yeah, happy. It went silent because I was my chat dropped, and I couldn't see anything. You know what? Happy. As far as YouTube, no, I haven't. I didn't. He's just gonna pyro. Let's see, so we're just gonna drop down here. To answer your question, no. Just... Yeah, YouTube doesn't really like live streams too much. Just from not in the gaming sector, not um, just play it on repeat. Yeah, it doesn't, it doesn't really bother me. Like, what's with the land? God. But like, I was offered to be an affiliate on Twitch a long time ago, and I can still do. I just haven't. And then YouTube. I mean, I do this more as like just a hobby. You know what I mean? So I'm not like that concerned with it, but I do see the analytics because I'm on so many different platforms. So I get to see the analytics of like Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. I get to see like comparatively like what they like, how they do, and that's why like you'll even see like even like big YouTubers, like I'm talking like, couple 100,000, besides even like the self-improvement like channels that do like live streams and stuff like that, they do like once a week, because what it does is it hurts your channel overall if you do live streams for gaming. Now if you're doing like sports, different story. But then if you're doing sports, you're gonna have to get around the whole copyright. and then you're gonna have to hope that nobody like reports you if you're doing sports like during a live event. So typically people with like huge followings will get away with it. Yeah, like YouTube. So YouTube realistically, it's kind of weird because intuitively it has everything, right? It's got a better search engine than Twitch. It's got a better, um, if a song is copyrighted, it'll just straight up just tell you, you know. Um, but it doesn't, despite having all that intuity, it doesn't really have. Like, I've seen people with 100,000 subscribers live streaming for like 10 hours, 200 people, right? Now, some will get more, it just depends. But it's like, um, I would say, like, in other countries, it might do better. But, and this person's playing, so we're gonna. Play it like that. But it's, I don't know. They want to promote live streams, but then again, it on the back end, it doesn't really. It hurts your channel because you have to think about it. When the live stream's over, not too many people want to watch a live stream that's already been over with. Not on YouTube. Not on that platform. You know, it's like if I go on Facebook, I don't go to Facebook and say, "Hey, I want to buy something," even though with Facebook ads, there's a lot of them. Like, it's just you're conditioned. It's different behavior conditions on YouTube. Yeah, just YouTube. It hurts the channel. It kills your channel. It does. Over time, it does. Like, because think about it, people aren't going to want to watch this after it's been over with, right? Unless, like, I'm a female with a tight tank top and, like, all that type of stuff. But outside of that, like, nobody's really going to want to rewatch it. You know what I mean? They're not programmed that way. So, long story short is, if that's not going to happen, then your click-through rate just plummets, and that's going to affect your channel. Now, one video won't do it, but multiple will. You know, it'll catch up with you. And then YouTube will, like, oh, this guy's channel. So, that's why you'll see a lot of major content, they just don't live stream. I mean, think about it. You have people that have like 700,000 subscribers. Why would they not live stream? If you have 700,000, they don't, because they know it's going to hurt their channel, right? Like, they would get super chats, memberships by live streaming, but at the end of the day, in the long term, it's going to hurt you. So it just doesn't make sense the way it's set up. Short term, yeah, but I've literally seen a sports channel, and the guy would just talk about like alcohol and like sports, and I was like, you know, he's got a good channel if he went live stream all the time. He would grow exponentially. He just live streamed like every day, and I said that it's just killing his channel. Like, he doesn't realize it. He was getting super chats, he was getting all that type of stuff, but at the end of the day, he wasn't growing, like, compared to other people that just made your traditional stuff. Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants it. Like, if there's something that I'm interested in, I'll literally watch, like, I'll watch something, but I really have to like. Usually, it's like a fellow content creator that's like in my demographic. You know what I mean? Like, maybe on Twitch we rated each other, or maybe we played versus each other in a tournament, or maybe like that's, you know. Unless it's Gordon Ramsay, I will watch Gordon Ramsay. But even Gordon Ramsay doesn't live stream. Boom. Gordon Ramsay, though, he's a beast. He's got... he's got 5 different channels. And what he does... whoever's running his channel, all they do is they grab old content and just condense it down and re-upload it. Because he's been done with Kitchen Nightmares for years. And they'll still run the same... like, if you watch Gordon Ramsay, it's like his titles are funny. You can tell who's ever running his YouTube channels has a sense of humor. And drama sells too, YouTube, right? It's like Magic the Gathering is not really drama. Like, it's not in the drama cat. Well, I guess never mind. There's probably a lot of channels that do it, but it's not really drama based either. Dude's killing my 1/1, my little human peasant. Yeah, well, you know, a great example is, my poor little 1/1. He's just gonna kill it next turn. He's just gonna kill my 3/3. Oh, this is not fair. No, so I live stream Magic Legends, not on YouTube, but on Twitch. I did a 49-hour live stream, and then a 30. I don't know. I ended up falling asleep, like, because when Magic Legends released, nobody knew like my channel was like a hotline, like a help hotline. Like, how do you do this? What is going on? How do you do this? So I literally, no joke, I fell asleep for 3 hours. I forgot Twitch was on, and just boom. But yeah, the chat kept it, like, everything kept it, like, the chat kept it going, for sure. All I needed was like a little Toski. Just a 1/1 that can just allow the love. Poor love. Ah. He's just gonna beat me down with his little fairies. Okay. And the pyros too. It'll die. And of course, it's a land. Alright, he'll showing off a little bit. JSP. Beat me down with the 04s. Yeah, YouTube, I'll be honest with you, it's like a basic cable now. I don't know if this makes sense, but play 25 land, that's a pretty easy thing to do. Like, it doesn't feel like it's YouTube anymore. It feels like it's basic cable. It's like what YouTube was against when it first started is like what it's become. And that's why like a lot of people do like clickbait and drama videos, because quite honestly, it's the cable mentality. Like if I want to watch like just anything, like if I want to watch like video games, it's DSP and freaking Wings of Redemption like troll videos that are funny as crap, but it's like shit, it's like all drama. It's like if I want to watch like weight training, it's about bodybuilders talking about their steroid cycles and, you know, other bodybuilders that died, and then they're dissecting how they died when they have no medical background. Like, it's just crazy. It's just like any sector that I even like. Yeah. Ooh. Like playing versus rogues. Block that 1/1. You block that. Block it. Do it. Mill decks. I play Mill in Modern. I can't rip on it too hard. Do. So about that. However, I am letting my hair grow out, and I am weight training to look like Shawn Michaels for Halloween. I was gonna shoot for Triple H, but who can mill and cast from exile? Wait a minute. I don't think she can. You talking about Kea, or you talking about It's three colors, or excuse me, it's two colors. It's the it's 3 mana, 1 colorless, 1 black, 1 white. But she doesn't. If that's the one you're thinking about, she doesn't mill. She just. Does she mill? Oh, okay. You have Ishiok Nightmare Weaver, and then you have Ishiok Nightmare Muse. Ishiok Nightmare Muse is like the 5 mana one. That's probably the one you're talking about. It makes a 2/3 creature. Whenever it attacks, it'll exile 2 off the top of the library. I think that's the one. Boom. Do it. Look, I'm playing with a rogue. I think he's gonna be able to mill me. I can delay the process. It's about little bits. Ishak, Sculptor of Fears. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah, Ishak Dream Render, yep. You also have Ishak Nightmare Weaver in Modern. And one of the worst parts of losing a mill on your first game, they see your entire deck. We got one card. One card that's left. Will it be a land? Could it be an Embercleave? It's a land. You know what? Let's just pretend for 1 second that we have an Embercleave. Just for 1 second. Let's just attack with everything. Just pretend like we have it. Make them sweat for like 2 seconds. Do the whole Embercleave attack. Even though we got a red mana and nothing. But just for 2 seconds. He doesn't know that. Probably sitting back. What creature do I kill? What's he gonna Embercleave? I got nothing. I got nothing. And we'll show the land. He was probably like, what was that about? Not much. You know, I'm not the biggest wrestling fan, to be honest. I like I'm a fan, but I'm not like a crazy. There's no crazy fans. I'm not like a fanatical fan. It's just I like it. Have I watched it recently? No. Could I tell you who's wrestling right now? No. But far as let's see here, Tear the Peaks. Gotta get those harbingers in there. But yeah, I mean, I do like wrestling a little bit. Crush? No. Mm-mm. With this hand, I could put Jasper Sentinel down, and I could put Lovestruck. I can get him out turn. No, I can't. I can't get him out turn 2. Turn 1. Turn 2. It's still going to be a turn 3. So gotta put you down. Use a squeeze his opponent with this. Yeah, you know, anything that like I kind of like the whole like Attitude Era, like that kind of circa. Of course he gets that. So I take it you're a wrestling fan? Oh, more into UFC. He's like, I'm more into the real stuff. Yeah, like it's one thing I never really got into, like UFC. I did watch the I did go to a bar and watch the it was a couple years ago, the Floyd Mayweather McGregor fight, which honestly Floyd Mayweather probably just extended it out as long as he could, just so people didn't feel like they got ripped off. But I think I first learned of that type of stuff through Brock Lesnar, right? Um, it was when like Brock Lesnar had surgery, and when I was reading the stuff, I was like, oh man, he's probably. All right. You know what? I'm gonna take these out and put in slave fires. I just want to kill stuff. But yeah, so Brock Lesnar had surgery, and I thought he was either gonna have because they like resectioned the part of his intestine, so I figured he probably had like diverticulitis or like ulcerative colitis or something like that. So indirectly, when I read about him, that's how like I started watching a little bit of UFC, but not a lot. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't see Brock in his prime, and that's the thing. Like, I didn't see like Hogan in his prime. I didn't see like through like old footage. I do, but like when I was looking at like wrestling physiques, like to be honest, Triple H had maybe one of the best. There's a YouTube video of him coming out with after a quad tear. And what was it, 2002? I think it was. And besides being on magic gummy bears that make you bigger, he's got 2 ruined crabs. Here. Let's see this. Shove that guy down. If you add a couple years, yeah. He's got 3 ruined crabs, really. Okay. Key. Oh boy. So I'm literally on a clock now, alright? See, I don't know if it's worth ember cleaving here. Yeah, I think it might be. I was thinking about dropping Lovestruck Beast and then dropping Toski next turn, but I don't have much time. To a mill player, they're like, "Oh, he's decking himself." Oh, well, hello, beautiful. Hmm. You're gonna have to give up those ruin craps. You're gonna have to give them up. Do it. Yes, block with them and pretend like you're gonna get them back. Uh, 10. So he'll take 1. Dang it. I had to kill this. Yes. Rogues for the L. But no, I watched I think Triple H had one of the best physiques. You can tell he was probably on he was probably on the sauce. He was probably doing steroids, probably Decadoroblin, because if he's coming off a quad tear and he's trying to heal his body and he comes back jacked, Deca heals your tendons and ligaments, pretty much. Helps you recover. Shawn Michaels too. Early Shawn Michaels, he was bloated. You know what's weird about Shawn Michaels when I was looking at his physique? Shawn Michaels, and I didn't really notice it, he's gone through so many little transformations, but the odd thing is, despite everything that he's done, like, not to help his body, he still had to be very cognizant of his, like, nutrition. Because he never was really, despite all the stories of him doing stuff, he always kept like a fair body. Which, if he just like didn't do a lot of stuff he was doing, he probably could have been a little bit more jacked and then doing the things that he was doing, like still be as athletic. Well, all right, he's not a. I was thinking he was gonna get bigger. You injured your back. Did you injure like your lower back, like your lumbar, or like your neck? I'm gonna really dislike this card. The Goldspan Dragon. Oh wow, that's crazy. Did you hurt it like lifting? Like deadlifting or... I'm just gonna say good game to this guy. All close to each other. Yeah, back injury to take you out. Oh, you never like bent over to pick up stuff. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't back squat. I stopped back squatting a long time ago. I don't have any herniated disc or anything like that. Nothing close to anything that you've been through. I just don't think that anybody over really the age of 22, really, if you're just trying to build muscle, there's no point to squat. Like, it's just for functional power strength. There's so much, like leg presses, there's just so much that it's just like okay, so this dude is playing with Gruul. But yeah, like, I'm not a big fan of like leg extensions, because you can get your quad work on like leg presses, front squats. But like if you have an injury, you have to do what you have to do. But like for non-injuries, lunges are running up hills. It's also how you're you know, a lot of people, every body is different. We would do squats. We would call them puke squats. So the reason why we call them puke is because let me take. Let me. Yeah, but the reason why we called them, you played football and basketball? Okay. Yeah, so I play football. So so when I was like a little kid, when I started playing football, I remember getting the number 53. And I was on the offensive line. And I literally would go into my parents' backyard in the summer and literally just run laps around the whole thing. Just run laps like in the backyard. And I ended up losing, long story short, I ended up losing like 30 pounds. But rather something interesting happened. It eventually was hard for me to put on weight. So I remember one year I went from offensive line to linebacker. Then I got the number 21. Now I was excited to get the number 21 because Deion Sanders. And they ended up putting me at tailback. And our last practice before our first game, I ended up... You have to understand, this is for, like... I ended up tearing my hamstring. And I went to a doctor, and I said, "Oh, when I can play again?" He goes, "Play." He goes, "You're not going to walk right for the next 30 days." Yeah, I just tore my hamstring out. So a lot of people that play fantasy football, I don't know if you play fantasy football, but like when Darren McFadden would like tear, like have his hamstring like constantly like tear, I'd always tell people like in my fantasy group, like, you don't understand, like when they roll out these football players, when they throw them out there, just haphazardly, like it's very hard after you have a tear that it's not going to happen again, especially if it's rushed back. So what position, like, what position did you play on football? Like basketball, I didn't play. I just played for fun, but I didn't like play it as a sport. Oh, you were a fullback? Bum, 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 bum. Take that guy out. Wait, what was that? Well, that sucks for me. Fullback, tight end, wide receiver, linebacker. Huh. Is there some trick? Or let's see here. I'm gonna attack with that 1/1. Slide right up in there. Right. Oh, that sucks. Luckily, I avoided all that crap. I didn't. I was more of a bone breaker. Um, I never tore. I never had any like ligament damage. Well, related to that type of stuff. But I had a buddy that tore. He was playing. I told him this. He was playing. So here's what he did. Here's what I think what happened to him. He would play pickup games of basketball, right? And he'd play pickup basketball, but he would deadlift like really heavy. And I told him, I said, you can't do that because you're tightening up everything by doing power deadlifting. Like he wasn't doing it for rep. He was just doing like sets of like 3. So I said, you don't want to do it that way. He's like, no, I'll be all right. I got it. I'm good. I'm like, okay. And then click. He just tore it playing basketball. Oh, okay. Am I gonna have to mutate? I'm gonna have to. He's gonna pummel me. He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna have to mutate my freaking. Okay. So what do they do for that? Did they do surgery, or did they just? I mean. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Typically, when you stretch something out, like it, they're like rubber bands. Typically, they don't come back. Let's drop this down. Snatch. No, when my buddy tore his, he would go to the gym, but he did he get another Ember Cleave? See, I want that to die to that. Kill. Oh, I can't block it. Oh yeah, he tapped out. Land. Yeah, it just depends. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I train kind of hard. Like, and I keep on getting land. Okay. It's fine. Totally fine with that. Alright. Could he poke me for one? Technically. Like, does he have a bone crusher in his hand and he can poke me for one? Like, I guess hypothetically he could. Come on, bro. I need you to top deck land like I am. Do it. Come on. We can top deck together. But yeah, so I'll train. Oh, we are. Sweet. I mean, did he get the cleave? Did he get the Ember Cleave? Is he forcing me to, like... Alright, so if he got Ember Cleave, he can deal 6. So, boom, boom. I take 2. Alright, I take 1. Yeah. But of course... But so what I'm trying to say is how I'll train is I'll train my last set to be I give it the most hardest. A lot of people will train their first and second sets as their hardest and kind of peter out on their last set. I kind of do the opposite. And I'll pair like my chest and legs together, so what I'm doing with my chest doesn't impact. Oh great, he just stole my shit. This guy's like Teflon. I can't, like, he just... Dude. Stop top... Where's my Ember Cleave, brother? I'm so scared to even tap anything because he's gonna top deck like a freaking. There we go. Here's the guy that I want. 8-pack obliques. You know, I never could get to that. I always, genetically, honestly, even when I was leaned out, I keep on top decking land. I could never do that. Even 6-packed, I still had a little bit of love handle on the side. It was just something that I just couldn't. It's like, it's just genetics. I couldn't. It was really weird because you see a 6-pack and then you see a little bit of love handle. It was a little unique. Don't tell me he just like got another Embercleave. Right? There's no way he got another Embercleave. Like 3 of them? Oh, I can't even. Yes. .99% mythic. Feels like a freaking. But yeah, so kudos, man, for being able to do that. Like the same buddy that tore his knee up, he ended up getting he was walking around like about 6.5-7% body fat. He'd have cornflakes in the morning but no cereal or no milk. He would do like 2 days of high intense cardio, 4 strength training days. And like we went over his like macro, like what he was getting in, what he was expending out, and I just saw what he was doing. And it's just like I was like, you know what? What's this thing do? Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter becomes a target of a spell. When you say 3 days on, so were you doing chest, tries, legs? Like, did you pair it up? Like, were you doing like chest and tries? And then like leg, shoulders, and like back, buys? Or are you talking about like your... Okay. Yeah. Let me see this guy right here. Does he want to trade? Swap creatures. Okay. I'll do chest. I was getting my body fat done a couple of years. It was, well, probably like 5 or 6 years ago, and a guy mentioned something. He goes, back in the day, old school bodybuilders would do legs and triceps. And I said, well, why? He goes, well, because, it's very simple. He goes, when you're training your chest, on another day, indirectly you're training your triceps twice a week without training your triceps twice a week. He goes, and I never forgot that. It was in my head. So when I started doing, we'll say, the Shawn Michaels workout, I'm doing legs, chest, and then I'm also doing legs again, and then but pairing it up with triceps. But when I would train, like, did the whole... I think a lot of people start off, they have a chest day, a back day. You just, you have a day for one body part. It wasn't until... And to be honest with you, I didn't realize how bad squats... There's nothing for me to kill. But I'll do it anyway. Over. Yeah, I've done that before. So I've done like where I've paired up my chest tries, and I've done like a leg press, as like my push. And then I've done like push-pull legs. Oh, you're saying on the same day. Okay, yeah, I've done something like that. Yeah, I think that's a good workout, the push-pull. This shuffler is giving me no breaks. Derp. But to be honest with you, my biceps never responded to a lot of volume, and I never really did the whole full body workout thing, which I know is becoming more popular, like where you do like you'll do like 2 chest movements, 2 back movements, 1 bicep movement, one tricep movement. I just can never mentally do that long enough. It just felt so weird going to the gym and just doing like I'm just doing 2, 2, 1, 1. I just mentally wasn't excited to do it, so it was more of a mental thing. I was like, I'm not enjoying it, so. But I had personal trainers come up to me like, no, you're an all natural lifter, so you have to train like this, because if you don't, you're comparing yourself to a guy that does all this other stuff. And I'm like, I was like, I don't know, man. I just can't mentally. I said maybe maybe that's right, and I don't know. Maybe there's some study that's done on that or something, and there's confirmation something, I don't know, confirmation bias, or there's something in there. But I was like, I just mentally, I just can't. Well, if my lands were creatures, that'd be great. I'm just gonna tell them good game. I'll have to try to get game 2 and game 3. Shuffler. All right. His strength is that he's playing green. His weakness is he doesn't have the Ember Cleave. He doesn't got cleavage. I think I'm gonna have to board in Archon Wars and that. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, you got yeah, like you have your short, long head. Yeah. Yep, that would be true. He's playing like old school green. Could I see him taking a cleave to the dome here? But yeah, you have your upper inner, yeah. So if I win this match, I get into the top 1500. If I lose, I don't. This hand looks pretty bad. Did you just quit? Because I just like looked at my hand. Dude, you just let me in the top 1500. Just like because I looked at my hand for like 3 seconds. What the fuck? God, I didn't. Did you just quit? I just gonna clip that. Alright, just yet. 3D on. So you're saying is you. So like say for great example for chest, you're saying is, like if you're doing, let's say, we'll just make something up. We'll say like chest tries, back buys, legs, shoulders, something like that. So you're saying is you focus on like you would just do a little bit of incline work for your upper chest, or do like there's other stuff you can do, like, you know, incline flies and stuff like that, and then you're saying like on with your triceps maybe just focus on like the long head or the medial head, like something like that, and then then the other 3 days you'd focus like on your inner chest, and then like on the other head of your tricep, and then on the other like that kind of thing. Okay. Wait a minute. So you would train a Would you train a? So you're training a body part. 3, 2. Oh, never mind. You're training like a body part on that, like once every. Five days. Looks like. Yeah, I've never done that. I've never done that before. I've done weeks where I'll hit like focus on the tricep To be honest, I don't do a lot of arm work. You know, I like but like I would do like something that would target like the medial head one week, and then like the next week go to more of a dominant, longer head. Because to be honest, my body doesn't respond well to freaking so like so you do 2 7 sets each. So basically, you're doing 14 sets per body part. So like you do. So wait, what were you doing? Like 7 sets of incline, then like 7 sets of like incline bench, and like 7 sets of like incline flies. Is that what you're talking about? Only 74 out of 75 decks. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Well, did you go lighter with like lighter weight? Like, was your goal to like build muscle, or was it like to be um more endurance, like more um okay. Yeah, I've heard some people like maybe it's like a form of what you're talking about. They'll train for like 4 weeks one way. They call it like micro training. They'll train one way 4 weeks, then they'll shift their whole. So they might do high reps for 4 weeks, and then another 4 weeks they might go heavier. Then like another 4 weeks they'll keep on jumping around. Oh, okay. So you did like a week, like a weekly micro lifting. High reps, low reps. Like I'll be really honest. When I was training 5 days a week, 6 days a week, like I stayed lean. Of course, with like a little bit of love handle on the side. But when I train like that, or I mean, I didn't train like how you're training, but like when I trained like 5-6 days a week, I literally couldn't. Like I would maybe put on 5 pounds a year. Now, the weight looked good because you're lean, you know. So 5 pounds looks like 8. But I don't know if this makes sense. I got so tired of that physique. Probably now I'd probably covet that physique. Because just walking around with 6-pack abs, again with a little bit of love handle on the side, nothing I could really do about that. But I had that physique and I had that thing for like 3 years, and I couldn't. I mean, like, and then I did something. I got so tired. Like I put all the bodybuilding magazines away. I put everything away. In the just all the stuff away. And I had I had a bench day where every movement was centered around strengthening the bench. So I do like bench press, close grip, only one tricep movement. Then I did like a day where I did clean and jerks, front squats, and stuff like that. And then I just had a day where I would do deadlifts, rows. So it was like a deadlift day, a bench day, and then I that's how I did it, and that's where I started growing the most. It was like what I did in a year. It only took me like 3 months. But the type of muscle that I was putting on was also a lot different too. Yeah, I have to look into that. I don't know if my body was built to do what you were able to do, if I were being honest. Let me see. When my buddy passed away, I think I have a few. I had 2 friends that died this year. Well, in 2020. Let's see here. Not COVID related, just let's see here. So to kind of give you a little idea, now this is not six-pack me, but there's me, and then there's Mankind. No, Mankind will weigh 263 right there. Now I didn't train my shoulders. My shoulders are just naturally that way. Um, this is not me being cut or ripped or anything like that. But like my shoulders, I never really had to. I actually didn't train my shoulders at all for quite some time. My shoulders would just grow, but my biceps were probably average. Just not genetically blessed in that department. Shoulders probably genetically. I didn't even train shoulders. And then hamstrings probably above that. Like it's just kind of weird where my fibers are at, and my like where they're at in my body. Now the funny thing about this picture is the reason why we're scrunched against each other. Kind of a funny story, but the camera guy couldn't fit us both in the picture because our shoulders were both wide, so we had to smash up again. He had to step back, and we had to smash against each other, and had to keep on going back. So that's why we're kind of like, we look like we're like Siamese twins, when in all reality it was just we're trying to fit into the picture. And at that time he was 263. I don't know what he is now. You know, that was like 4 years ago, so I don't know what he is now. So I'm not like, how can I word it? That's a far cry from when I was in more of my Ripper days. But I'll kind of, I can't explain it. Like, I'll put on muscle like a running back kind of. But right there, I was carrying a lot of water weight, and definitely wasn't too concerned about how ripped I was. But yeah. Now right there, I just train 3 days a week. I don't know. It was kind of like the Dorian Yates type of training. I think it was kind of like that. It's kind of like the where you just go real, like you just put a lot of intensity into your last sets. But I'm not saying anything's perfect. I'm just saying. But during that time, I ate a lot. I ate like, I remember like going out on a Saturday and just eat, like we'd go to do the whole thing, go to Denny's, and we would just eat like a Denny's steak that was probably like overpriced, but eat like a Denny's steak, 2 eggs, and like a whole plate of like hash browns, you know, and I'd wolf it down like in 5 or 6 minutes. And yeah, during that time I wasn't really watching too much of what I ate. Like I got enough protein, and I just, outside of that, I didn't really care what I was doing. As long as I hit my protein numbers. But I'll have to look into that. Um, let me see if the meta's changed at all. Yeah, it's a big cut. The gym that I go to, a lot of guys, it's a really rugged gym. I like it. I'm just trying to see the meta, what it was. I don't think the meta's changed since March 1st. Here's like my little chart. Sultai is so good. It just sucks versus a few decks, but look at the win rates. 72, 60, 61. It's just a few decks that like holds it back. Yeah, I actually happy. I actually did. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did screenshot it. um, I'll have to remember it. Yeah. No, were you shooting for muscle mass, or was it like more like the higher reps, like more endurance? No Ugin meta. No, there's no Ugin meta. There's This is when I followed standard a little bit, probably too hardcore. But look at rogues. It's like 79% win rate versus native adventures, but like absolute dog crap versus mono. It's like it's one of the most like disproportional decks. It's like somebody like closing their eyes and trying to hit a home run. It's either really crappy or good. There's not much in between there. I'm sure the data hasn't really changed that much because the decks really haven't. So I'm pretty sure this is what the current meta is. Let me see.
But to be the man, you gotta beat the man, and I'm saying, woo!
Top 1500. But dude, Macho Man was so freaking crazy. Like
around 180 degrees.
Look at this guy.
180 degrees.
But he's gone another 360 and then
360.
and then another one.
He just didn't know what to do. He's just like, the guy was just like, and another 360. He's like, wait, is that a full turn or is that? I don't know. No, but what I was saying is, like, were you training for size, or was it like just for? I mean, was it like? I understand, or it's like more endurance, or I should say, what were your results from a muscle building perspective? I think that'd word it better. Because I thought I'd get to the Michaels. Triple H is a little out of my range right now. My go-to historic. Best of one. All the combos in historic, I had to freaking put. Let's see. During each 3 days, first exercise, 10 reps. Take 2 days off in between. Now, when you went from that weight, did you, like, were you already have like years under your belt in training? And was like a lot of that muscle? And it's not like a ego thing, or it's not. I'm just asking. It's not like a like you don't have to read into the question more than what it is. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you bulked up to 260, like you were trying to get up to 260 on your workout program. That's how I took it. Oh, okay. Okay, so you put on all that like when you weren't lifting, or maybe I'm just like asking the questions, like. Okay, like when you weren't training, or were you training like were you trying to like bulk up to that size? Oh, okay. And like, were you training for like a couple years at that point, like before you hit that? Okay. I don't think I could ever find myself to play this deck. I have it. I guess I'll just save it for post-rotation. I would think that this deck or Esper Control would have to be the most dominant. Okay, so you got to that size when you're doing the program you're telling me about. Like, so where I live, like, so my buddy's like, I guess it's like either people shoot for, and it's kind of hard to say bodybuilding now, because I guess it's like aesthetics, where people are trying to go for the, he's on YouTube, he passed away, it was called, I have no idea what it, it was like ZY. Well, people are looking for that. So people are either looking for like pure like aesthetics. So we'll say, as an example, like Wolverine, Hugh Jackman. You know, he's in the bodybuilding, but at the same time he's more into like the aesthetics. And then you have guys that will want to get to like a Triple H. You know, I'm just using different examples. So both bodybuilding, but one has a slightly different look than the other. But they're both bodybuilding. So I guess it's like a subsector, like a subsector. That's, of course, if you go on YouTube and you look at bodybuilding, it's a lot about just like steroids and drama, really. You're going for the Rock. Yeah, I remember I was talking to somebody like, there was somebody at my gym, I'll tell you this, started working out when they were 50. And, by the time they were 59, had a pretty darn good if you would have took his like just his face, his body looked like he was like in his 20s. Like he looked, it's like, yeah, that's a pretty good physique. Okay. Yeah, so I'm more compact. Like I'm more built like a like running back safety. It just goes into like where I'm like I just you know like uh like my bicep. I have more of a full bicep belly. I don't have like the bicep of like some people that have a smaller when they flex their bicep kind of rolls up and it kind of does that whole thing. Yeah, mine's more of like a full belly. So I mean, if I were to say like my biceps are about average, um, I'd probably say shoulders above, um, and my hamstrings are above. But I also have deficiencies as well. Like, great example. It takes my bicep like my back recovers very quickly. My back, like, I can literally just beat the crap out of my back and it just 2 days later it feels like nothing happened. Um, but like my biceps could take from like 8 sets, or excuse me, just 8 sets. It could take me 4 days. Fasting keto. Nah, I never tried a keto diet. No. Nope. The diet I'm on now is I forget what my macros are, but it's like right around uh 26-27% protein, and I allow myself to get to 30% fat, but I never hit it. I'm always below it. Um, and the rest just gets sucked up in carbs. And my buddy who stayed ripped most of the year, uh, he just walked around, 7% body fat pretty much. Um, he was on it was like, what was it, like a 40. I know he was getting. It was very close to a 40-30-30, but he wasn't quite hitting that. He was going about 42% carbs and then like 29%, 29%. He was more on a... Yeah, I definitely have never even come close to keto. I can't even hit my fat numbers now, unless like I eat like a pizza or something. I can't even get to 80 grams of. I can't even get to like 80 grams of fat. I can't even. Which sometimes I'll feel it because I'll have to eat something that's like Brussels sprouts. I'll have to eat like Brussels sprouts or something that's got it's got fiber in it, it's got a little bit of carbs, it's got protein, and I'll put like a little cheese on top of it before I go to bed. But sometimes I'll do that. But yeah, I don't really get a lot of fat in, to be honest. And sometimes I don't know if it's exactly the greatest thing ever, because there's some days that you can feel that. Now, my buddy, when he was doing like the 42, 29, 29, he was ripped all year. Just, and he, but he would go to like great lengths though. Like he would, like I said, eat cornflakes without milk, just dry cornflakes in the morning. He would take about 3 scoops of protein, which I'm not a big fan of. If you can eat it, I'm more of like maybe a scoop or something, but he did that. And what he would do is pretty much when he got to the gym, say 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, yeah, I know what that is. I just never done it. Like I said, it's just how how my buddies did it. Like he was so tired going to the gym. He was so tired. Like he had that sunken, like when you're cutting, you get that like, but he like that sunken face look. Like if he didn't have the muscle on his body, you would think he was like doing like substance abuse. If he was like skinny, if he didn't have the muscle on him, like his face, his like cheeks, like he got sunken in, and his skin got thinner. Like he kind of like aged by like 5 years, basically, like right before your eyes, and but he was ripped and stocky too, but his eating like was so tedious. And so what he would do is he would literally just like, eat enough carbs to just get him through the day, but like really just focus on eating carbs. And then he would slam himself and just gorge himself after his workouts. And it worked for him because he was able to maintain that body fat and add size as he went, which is hard to do. Basically, he was a walking recomposition, just body recomp the whole time, just like, but you know, because we're sitting down going over everything and stuff like that, and I said, man, that's... Because I looked at his macros. I'm like, oh, okay, that's not that bad. 42, 28, 28, 29, 29 in that ballpark. I mean, okay. But then, like, when he went into more detail of, like, how he was doing it. So the numbers at the end of the day looked like a 42, 29, 29, but in reality, it was more like carb protein driven. And then he would just like gorge himself afterward. And he'd put little Reese's peanut butter cups in his freezer and eat them at night if he made it successful through the day, and he'd eat them at night, and it fit his macros. It just like fit his macros, so it didn't matter. So, but yeah, that's how he trained. Yeah, that's how he trained. But he always looked worn out. He always looked like beat up. He always looked like he was worn out. And then when he'd drink a beer, he'd bloat up. Like it looked like he was like taking creatine. And his alcohol, he was just like blowed up, a little bit, because he was ripped. So if he bloated, again, a normal person wouldn't recognize it. But obviously, like, you weight trained, and I weight trained, like, you'll notice it. But like an average person wouldn't even like notice it that much. But he would bloat up after like 2 to 3 beers. Where me, it didn't really make a difference. But he looked... I mean, he looked great. I mean, he's a state trooper. Tip top. He actually... Here's a problem. He put on so much size. He couldn't get past... because they only do BMI. They don't do like body fat percentage. So even him being at 7%, he got too big where they told him he couldn't gain any more. He could put any more weight. And long story short, he ended up having to drop some weight. But yeah, he was really rigorous with what he was doing. Plus, like I said, he was doing high intense cardio twice a week. He was taking some fat burners, because kind of like me, he had the love handle thing, the 6-pack love handle. I don't know. Me and him have like that genetical thing. But for him, I said, how do you burn that off? He goes, man, honestly, he goes, I can't lie to you. He goes, I have to take fat burners. He goes, I can't. I said, I'd have to do the same thing too. But I said, I'm not willing to do. It's like, dude, I can't do all that. I'd rather be walking around at like, I don't know, even 15% body fat than deal with all that. You can cut down to 12, or you can bulk up to 20 if you want to, and it's still healthy. Yeah. It's the same buddy I told you he tore his knee. He tore his knee. But he went from lifting heavy, and this is actually to lifting lighter. You know, he was starting to do more 12, 15 reps, lighter weight. And it was kind of funny watching him at his size doing the lightweight that he was doing. You know, I was like, what the fuck? And, but yeah, you know, it worked for him. I mean, found himself a nice girl that works in pharmaceutical sales, and you know, they have a great dual income, and worked out. But yeah, he was dedicated. For sure. Yeah, well, it was kind of a happy medium for him. Well, here's what happened. He put on a lot of size. Because I remember I was out at the bar, and one of his buddies comes up to me and goes, "Hey, your buddy's getting fat." I'm like, so? He's like, "Do you look at him on social media?" I'm like, all right, whatever. So he was eating everything in sight, and then all of a sudden, he went from that extreme to just the other extreme, what I just told you. He went from, like, eating everything to, like, that. And but yeah, if you were able to put on that size, and a lot of that was muscle, man. I mean, that's so that's what I meant by when you're talking about like when you put on. I didn't know if, like, you know, you're trying to put on the muscle. I had no idea. Yeah, he was well, he gained some size, which I was actually shocked. Because I know when I was younger and I was floating around 8% body fat, like I said, I'd put on 5 pounds a year. You know, everything was hard. It was very hard to put on size. But he was still able to put on 10 pounds of muscle. He was able to put on like 10 pounds like a year and just always stay at that. I mean, it was like, I mean, that's something hard to do. That's really hard to do. And he just stuck with the same thing. Now, he would train. You might want to check this out. I actually tried it working out with him one time. It was kind of a fad on bodybuilding.com where people would tie, kind of like, I guess, with the Ultimate Warrior. But anyway, they would tie I'll make sure I'm wording this correctly. Basically, you tie a band around the area that you're working out and trying to promote the growth. That was a thing, because somebody did a study on, it was like bodybuilding.com. It was a sports, probably physiologist, and yeah, that was a thing. He did a little bit of that, then he stopped. I did it with him, 2 or 3 times, and he stopped doing that. And so there's another thing that came out, and he stuck with that, and it was doing 3 days of you work out 3 days in a row, but go heavy. The next 3 days, take a day off. The next 3 days, go light. So you had a heavy, you had a light, and he did that. And he claimed that it put on 10 pounds in 6 months. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. 10 pounds in 6 months at a body fat of 7%, that's really hard. I mean, unless you're doing like Prima Ballin or something, or Anavar. But I don't know. But that's what yeah. So he was able to do literally a body recomp. All the time. Yeah, so this was on bodybuilding.com. They had 3 days where you go heavy, like light or heavy. 1 day off, then 3, like, just rinse and repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So you're working out 6 days a week, 1 day off, basically. And from what I recall, it was like 2 exercises of like each. Yeah. It's like 2 chest exercises, 2 triceps. Typically 4 sets per exercise. So he followed that, did that for a while, claimed that he had results, and then he went back to his old routine. So it's hard to say what workout program, but I know what his diet was like. So so that was his diet. But yeah, that was just too much for me. I was like, nah. I'm gonna have some milk with my cornflakes. I'm gonna eat the egg, including the yolk. You know what I mean? But in all fairness, he had one of the biggest turnarounds I've ever seen. He went from being like that picture I showed you of me next to Mankind. He went from like being, he was like, he had like more water weight than I did, more bloat than I did, more fat than I did, like, and then he just did like a 360, just and then just went right into that, and it really worked for him. It really did. Yeah. And the way that I train, and I'm wired, it's kind of like the Gruul deck, really. Is I like to train, like I said, with a lot of intensity, and but yeah, I can tell you this: I never weight trained to the pump, because I know that was a big thing with it was Rich Piana who passed away. I'm sure you know who he is. He was like a bodybuilder that well, he was like the most trolled bodybuilder probably ever. But at the same time, like maybe from a YouTube perspective, one of the bigger YouTube personas. But like, and he was always talking about like train to your pump and all that other type of stuff. What was his thing? The feeder curls. Train your arms every night before you go to bed. That was a little too far for me. Like when he started talking like that, I was like, yeah. So I don't know. I never trained to the pump. I never cared to. Even when I was younger, I never cared what I looked like after you get out of the gym. I cared about kind of like what you looked like when you wake up in the morning, and you're away from, because that's what you're gonna be. Like that's who you are. It's like if a girl wears a lot of makeup, right? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but like, and then it's like sometimes you can do too much, and then they take it off, and it's like, wow, I don't even know. It's not even recognizable. Like I never believed in training to like a pump or that type of thing. I don't know. I kind of had more of like the Dorian Yates, like kind of more of like the old school type of way of doing it. And I had a shoulder injury. Well, from playing sports, I broke my clavicle, and then I have 6 shoulder dislocations on my one shoulder. That's why when I didn't, like I said, I was telling you, like, even though my shoulders are naturally, if I don't even train them, they'll develop. Just through indirect weight training. But the reason why is because of all those, broken clavicle on the same side that I had 6 shoulder dislocations. But I started doing some shoulder work to what I'm doing now, but yeah, I just really cared about like just kind of what you look like when you're just chilling, not like what you look like when you get out of the gym or a sauna or that type of stuff. And then I stopped doing back squats. I just didn't find any reason why a person would want to do that. Like, from a muscle building standpoint, there's so many other things that you could be doing that aren't going to put any stress. But yeah, I'll be getting back into, you know. Oh, that is right. I also have this up on. Oh, I also have this up on. No wonder why. We're sitting here talking about bodybuilding, and I'm also have this streamed on another platform as well. Oops. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? It's like, I came here to see Magic the Gathering. What the fuck? What is going on? Yeah, dude, I'm gonna get off here, man. But thanks for stopping by, man. Yeah, I'm too scared of the shuffler. I'll get bounced out of the top 1500 in like 5 seconds. I had to fight to just get into the top 1500 like a dog, like the dog that you have to go take care of. But it was nice talking with you, man. It was nice to, you know, it was nice chatting. So for recording purposes, so I'll talk to you later, man. Have a good one. I have to give you a. Let's see. Let's see.
I am the cream, yeah. The cream of the crop. And there is no one that does it better than the Macho Man.
Alright, man. Talk to you later. Alright, so if anybody's watching this on replay or you stumbled across the video, so basically at the beginning, we grabbed, we actually played Standard. I played Historic previously. So we cracked in the top 1500 barely at 1419. It was kind of a struggle. We ran Gruul. So the reason why I chose... This is just the Gruul deck that I've been running for the past couple months. And it has all the bells and whistles. It's got Rolling Vortex, where whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast a spell, it deals 5 damage. So free casting from Emergent Ultimatum gets them. We also have Slayfire, deals 3 damage to any target. It just allows you to deal more damage, more creature removal. We have Harbinger, Hexproof from Black, good versus Rogues, also good versus Sultai and Esper Control. Archon War, because we do need a little bit more creature help to get rid of things. And then also right here, additional Gem Raiser, because I only main board 3, so it's nice to have that 4th one in there. So basically, at the beginning of the video, we just kind of went through that, and you can go ahead and watch that on replay if you want to. But basically, you'll see the fight that we did, and we pushed this into the top 1500. So, let me see here. So that's what we were able to accomplish. Let's see here. All right. So I've updated that. So we finished 1419. And again, so at the beginning of the video, you're going to want to check this out on replay, where basically we just ran this through Mythic and kind of slugged our fest into the top 1500. Currently where we stand is 1419. A lot of control decks out there. I can't say the meta's changed quite differently from the analysis done on my chart from March 1st. So it's definitely going to be a pivotal set here. Not the next set, not the summer set, but the set that's going to come out in the fall with rotation. So let me just put up the graphic right here, and you can see this graphic, but it's pretty much the same stuff. Adventure decks, stuff like that. So this is a deck that I ran in. What got us to Mythic was through Historic. You can check out those videos as well. Where basically I just play a lockdown deck, and so that worked in the best of one. But getting a best of one in Historic into the top 1500 is really hard to do. So just ran Standard, and we're able to poke it in. So that's basically the beginning, and then just start talking about life and some other stuff. So that'll be in the video. But other than that, that's pretty much the meat and potatoes of that type of stuff. So anyway, you can check me out, Derek Roberts MTG, on many areas. So anyway, feel free to follow or subscribe. And if you like Magic Legends, you can also check that out. I'll have videos also. And as far as YouTube, I have 79 videos, 79 that I have not uploaded. And so that's going to be fun. But anyway, yeah, just been busy with grad school and stuff like that. But that's neither here nor there. For Magic the Gathering purposes, like again, we ran Gruul into the top 1500. So anyway, again, check me out, Derek Roberts MTG, Twitch, YouTube, check it out, and all that fun stuff. And yep, so top 1500 approved. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I need to get some sleep. It is late my time, and but yep. So top 1500, number 419, 1419. Not 419, 1419.